Glad to see people making some money right at open. First hour of the day. Um, hmm. It's a bit of a difficult area to want to interact in after such a big pop. But what is good to see is that we gapped up and then we immediately started a trend. No need to retrace, which is good. It's a good sign that we want to keep going up. This is just ADR here, so it's like, could we get a nice pullback from ADR that we can then play around? That'd be nice. I'm like chugging emergency right now. Feel like I'm getting sick. Can't have that. Should have one more leg up. Yeah, I think like 25-30 is a good idea for EOS. Just need to develop this out a bit more. But if RTY starts pushing again and NVIDIA is pushing, should be good. Just need to continue to build out these 15-minute candles a bit. But we haven't seen anything yet to suggest otherwise. That we're just gonna keep going. We'll see. I'm just waiting to see if we trap before I do anything. I'm sorry I'm so quiet. Just waiting. I came on like the start of a huge trend, so kind of have to give myself a minute. That looks good on NQ. See how we react at highs. Nvidia holding ETH high. Oh, my sinuses. $30 till new 15s. I'm hoping to find something as we open into our new 15. Just pulling back to our lows of this little range that we're trading. New 15 is opened. See if we find a bid down here or if offer is able to hold and then rotate us lower. Opening below POC of previous candle. So this is where we need to see sell side show interest above the 70-75 area. Or it's really like 65, 75. Just keep an eye on this. We can see a bid step above. We're in a pretty good spot. But if this holds, then we'll expect a rotation down, I think. Same thing on ES. This is where we'll watch to see if sell side has it in them, or if we can pop and then hold. Still a little early to decide, but sell side is trying. See if they push us down a bit further, or if this is just going to retest the lows. So far, holding very well. Nice. I think this should be your first risk off into our most recent lows here. This is POC of our previous candle, what we were looking for on ES. Let's see if we can get more on NQ. I'd like to see it come down to 830, but this might be reactionary here. So we come down into this liquidity. Big reaction off our liquidity on ES. Nvidia is still holding. Just full rotation back up to our offer here. Same thing on NQ. See if we can flip it and then go up, trapping these guys down here, or if this is going to just reoffer for a lower high and then a continuation. Good pivot rejection. Same thing as before, just rotating. Lower highs intact. Full rotation up again. See how we react here on ES into POC of previous candle. We want to flip this 1450 and then see a secondary bid if we're going to go up. NQ leading. NVIDIA leading up, NQ holding pivot so far. ES battling with our high here into 7450, or 1450, sorry. But on the higher time frame, it looks fine. Came down into our liquidity after rejecting our POC. Pushed down in, found liquidity immediately. Pushed over POC where we offered last. New POC is now opening above. Should hopefully be able to see some continuation if we can flip this and hold, just like we did on NQ. NQ, great first risk off, and try to leave runners now if you can, and then see if we can get some expansion here. NVIDIA next target is ADR up at 183.50. Watching the flip happen here, trapping above. I'd like to see a re-off of our same pivot if we're going to hold. It needs to be pretty clear or I won't take a trade here. This is our re-offer here on ES. Let's see if we can hold lower high or if we flip. We're just balanced between two. It's just like the slowest grind up, but I don't know. We'll see. And Q might lead here again if we can see this bid at 75. Just keeping an eye on this ES move. This is what I wanted to see for our re-offer. Just playing around this. See if we hold this and then look below, or if we can look back above and then bid again and try. Good offer so far. Retesting our low. Should be our first risk off on ES into POC, a previous candle again. Just into this liquidity as your secondary target. We can flip 703, then we get more. This is your secondary risk off on ES. Again, just following our reoffer. If we can flip this, then we can look for more. But I'd expect that this is what kind of like the order of operations will look like for the next leg down. We'll see a push below this, and we'll look for then a reoffer of this pivot, right? This liquidity that we were looking for as our bid before. And then we'll look for this to then continue down afterwards, something like this. But we'll see what they do. Again, this is just our bottom of our range here. So watching to see how we interact. You're a runner if you're playing off of that offer that we have pathed. You need to see a look below and then a hold if we're going to do our secondary leg down. If not, this is just where the bid will rest. And then we'll look for our bid to step back up and then just rotate us back up. Just watching this is our low liquidity area here on NQ based off of our previous candle and footprint. What's up, club? So this week, I have a feeling is going to be Monday's going to be pretty tame, right? Like it's never really a great trading day Mondays, but I think tomorrow and Wednesday should be the days that you focus on this week, and then we've got a banked holiday on Thursday, and then Friday is going to be absolute garbage. So I think you probably have like 2 solid trading days this week if you're being realistic. And then even then, it's like, holiday weeks are never really great, opportunity-wise. But, I mean, so far, this isn't terrible for a Monday. You guys had a really nice up leg in the morning, and then we've had a couple decent trades here, just playing off of our reoffer of our range, right? Just balance on the 15, but I expect the opportunities to be a bit better tomorrow, as in Tuesday and Wednesday, and then I expect Thursday, Friday to be kind of garbage. So just keep that in mind. I'm out 1 here on NQ. Bid is sitting at 830. Just in a runner here on NQ at 63 and ES at our 712. We have this liquidity here on NQ into these lows that I mean, like the bid's just very clearly resting down here. Just gotta wait it out until we can flip, or this will hold. Yes, same thing. I've talked about what needs to happen already. We need to see a pop into like 700, 701, and then a retest of this for me to think that we get that next leg down. I'm just in a runner from our top edge where we pathed out this. Just letting this play. Oh god. I need some Mucinex. potentially trapped below here on EOS. Just looking at this, this is what we needed to see, right? We got our bounce at our 701 like we thought we would, but what we didn't see is the offer hold this. If it flips this, this could easily do a full rotation up. So really keeping an eye on this for potentially trapped liquidity into this low. Just watching our retest. I haven't exited my runner yet, but yeah, with that pop, I'm considering it. Very much so. Retesting our lows here again. I want to see this offer stick at 703, 706 for me to add. Just waiting. Yeah, still bouncing at our 830. No change there. I need us to flip this 810, 830 area before we have another leg down. Just have liquidity below here that will continue to be bid, I think, until we like actually sweep through and show that it's no longer this buyer down here is no longer interested. I just tried adding one here at 703 to move my average to 707.50 break even stop. We'll see if I'm a little early or not. So I'm trying to add here. I know my stop from 712 has now moved to 707.50. Just following our pathing with the look above fail and then the look back below with offer. If we can step below this, then we can look for potential continuation. If this fails, then I'm going to get stopped out, and then that's all right. But that's exactly what we wanted to see. We just need to see a failure at the lows. NQ still not really anything here. The bid is just resting here. One minute until new 15s. Probably have to wait for that for actual directional decisions, sadly.
We have posted ECB's Nagel's full speech on the feed for those interested.
New 15s. Flat POC open. Stop done runners here on ES. Failure. POC holding on lows. NQ full rotation so far. I'll watch for a reoffer on ES if it's gonna come. Just a failure at our lows.
BEA report that PCE for September is rescheduled to December the 5th. Again, that's the PCE September report rescheduled to December 5th.
If you're on the NQ bandwagon playing off of 830, just as we push into this right here, oops, wrong tool. As we push into our POC here, this is your first risk off, right? If you're just playing liquidity to liquidity, there's not really much else here until we can figure out which way we want to breach. I just tried to add from our runners from 12s on our low. That failed, right? I was played this down. Tried to add. Did not work. We flipped. Bid is now rotating up, and now we are back to our original offer here at 12s. Waiting to see if we reject there once again. This is POC on the daily here at 1150 or 12, whatever you want to call it. We're watching to see what happens now. NQ has a decent amount of absorption still at that 830 like we talked about. Until that flips, I just am not expecting this to go down. I just expect kind of balance. I was hoping that ES would lead the market there. It did not. Nvidia is still showing that interest to the downside, but we're still in an overall uptrend. Just chop, right? That's all we're seeing. So I was hoping for a little bit more clarity on ES to help lead the market if with Nvidia sideways, but it did not happen. So now we have to wait. If NQ can hold this low and then flip our pivot and not just reject here like we have been where we've seen this absorption, then we can look for an upside trade. But if we flip back through, then I'll just expect another rotation of this, right? If this fails to look above and hold. And then I'll just play the reoffer of 80 and then hold R90 and then rotate down. So just really keeping an eye now that we've pushed up into here. This is where we should expect some buyers to be risking off based off of our low liquidity. And now we see what happens. I really don't think that we're going to see that downside leg until we get that firm rejection off of our buyer that's here at 701 and then flips that just like we have pathed out. But again, we're just back to our original short here into 712. See what we do now. I'm sure we will, Lens. Bid at 80 on NQ. Into our 90 edge now. Offer's still sitting up in these highs. Just watching to see how we interact now that we've hit our edge, just like we talked about. Look in, and then we're looking for the reoffer, hold of this, and then see if we get that rotation down off of our failures at our highs. Remember, this is where we took our short originally. Just watching to see now if we get a secondary move or if we can actually flip these with a higher low. It is really trying to step up here on NQ and so far failing. Needs to look over 90 after bidding here. We're just like accumulating a decent amount of volume here from the buy side, trying to really build up above this POC. We got a little look over, but so far now back below. I'm really just keeping an eye on this to see if this can find that sweeper up and then actually sustain, or if this is going to continue to just be absorbed here and then rotate down off of it. Again, they're really trying, but they're just getting eaten up. We just need sell side to step out of the way if we're going to go. They are trying. New 15s. Opening above POC of previous candles. Let's see if the bid can actually do it and step up, or if this is going to fail. It's all on buyers here. They're trying their hardest. We need to see a bit of follow through and excitement on the open of this new 15. Holy, get me out of here. Come on, buyers.
In 10 minutes' time at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting comments from ECB's Nagel. Keep in mind we did see the text release for Nagel earlier, but nonetheless, that is Bundesbank President Nagel giving a speech titled Asserting Oneself in a Changing World.
Lord. All right, that's your first risk off on NQ into 920 if you're playing off our
5
flip of
minutes until we're
890.
expecting comments from ECB's Nagel. Again, a text has already been released.
Should be able to just go for continuation now, ideally. ES, good flip and bid off of 715. Pushing up, NVIDIA leading. Let's see what we can do.
Trump on Truth says, I just had a good call with China's President Xi. We discussed many topics, including Ukraine, Russia, fentanyl, soybeans, and other farm products. We've done good, and it's very important. Trump in this post says, our relationship with China is extremely strong. And Trump says, China's President Xi invited me to visit Beijing in April, which I accepted, and I reciprocated, where he will be my guest for a state visit in the US later in the year. We agree that it is important that we communicate often, which I look forward to doing. So again, Trump on Truth Social is speaking on China's President Xi, coinciding with a little bit of a move to the upside in the S&P 500 here. The Fed bids for 2-year notes total $7.9 billion. The BEA say the GDP Q3 data originally scheduled for October 30th is cancelled. So again, the BEA are cancelling the GDP Q3 data. So that's the Q3 GDP advanced estimate report being cancelled by the BEA.
Retesting highs here on NQ. I think good target for ES is 26, and then we can look for like, I don't know, 35. Watching the video here. This is just ADR.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Holy, I'm connected.
What's up?
Not much. Have you been having Discord problems over the last couple weeks?
No.
Bro, I've had to re-download it like 3 times.
It's annoying.
Like this morning, like I can't connect it. I have to restart my PC, and then it works.
I only use Discord Canary now. I haven't tried Discord in a really long time. So I'm on like the beta version anyways.
Yeah.
So that might be something you want to
In
try.
10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $69 billion in 2-year notes. The prior high yield was 3.504%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.59.
Does Canary have
So
an
ahead of
app
this
now,
2-year note
or are
sale,
you using
front-end
the
Treasury
web
tenors are little
page?
changed in
It
early
is an
US
app.
trading as they lag
Or, I mean,
longer-dated
it's like a
sectors,
program.
creating a small curve concession ahead of this $69 billion 2-year sale. This week's auction cycle begins a day earlier than usual ahead of Thursday's Thanksgiving holiday and includes a $70 billion 5-year sale and a $44 billion 7-year sale on Wednesday as well.
Top Step just changed their fine print
Oh boy,
on payout policies.
what changed? Like high level.
You have to to qualify for your next payout. Your balance has to be at or above your last payout level by $3,000.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
So like if you make like 3K and pull out 3, you have to make 6 then?
Coming soon. A balance equal to or above your eligible payout balance from your last payout. That's what it says. Your first payout does not require this. Until the update goes live, all express funded accounts traders will be continue to use the current payout rules. Here.
I don't understand. Oh, weird. And you need to restart the cycle of accumulating 5 winning days
Yeah.
as well. So like if that's
They're like suiciding their platform. I don't get it.
yeah, I don't either. It's crazy their transition. They used to be like so trader focused. Like 2-3 years
In
ago,
5 minutes
maybe
time
even
now, at
longer.
the top of the hour, the US is due to
No,
sell
they are
$69 billion
not.
in 2-year notes. The prior high yield was 3.504%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.59.
Alright, some decent chunks of liquidity here in ES. A bit. Really big stuff at 25.
One minute now until we get the when issued yield for the 2-year note auction. Ten seconds to the when issued. 3.489%. That's the Treasury when issued 2-year yield. 3.489% ahead of the $69 billion auction. We're now shortly expecting the results for the 2-year note auction. I'll lead with the high yield. Three spot 489%. That's 3.489% compared to the pre-sale when issued yield of 3.489%. That is on the screws. Bid to cover of 2.68 to spot 68. The US selling $69 billion, awarding 27.7% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 11.18%, direct 30.74%, indirect 58.07%.
This 25 area, yes. No, just hefty sellers as previously.
Seeing Treasury 2 yields take higher after the $69 billion auction. seeing an article from about an hour ago from Iran International. An Iranian MP said that Russia may be willing to give Tehran nuclear weapons. We'll pop it on the feed for you to read through. So we have posted out the article on the financial news feed for you to read through. Further detail into this then, a hardline Iranian lawmaker on Monday cited months-old comments from former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev as a sign Moscow might be prepared to provide Iran with nuclear weapons. So Kamran Ghazanfari said Russia and China would support Iran's potential withdrawal from the nuclear non-proliferation treaty, adding that the move would increase the nation's nuclear and military capability. Again, the article is about an hour old, but it's being cited on by some of the wires here. According to MS Now, White House is to delay healthcare proposal. So further from this, then, a report says that the White House is to delay healthcare proposal after significant congressional backlash. According to two White House officials, the announcement has been delayed, with one of those officials citing strong congressional backlash to Trump's proposed plan. Trump planned to make an announcement as early as today, proposing a framework to address healthcare costs, which included an extension of Obamacare subsidies.
It's taking so long to get to target. I can't.
At least we're a little thicker this week, but I would rather be thinner and fast.
Like, we had a good hold at POC. Now we have to just wait for another 3 minutes for this to reject or to go higher. I don't know. Just want this to get the target on NQ. So slow. Still have one contract on from 90, but holy. Last week was nice because we had at least range and it was decent speed. This week's going to be brutal. I told him that today is probably going to be a bit rough, but tomorrow and Wednesday should be okay. But then Friday will be awful.
Yeah.
Offer sitting 950 and Q. This is $1,000 per contract at this point, but miserable trade from our 890 entry. I'd like to see 990. I'd like to see another 50 points here, or 40 points, but we'll see. I don't know if I have the patience to hold. ES finally pushing in a target here.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation data.
That photo looks so cold. That's all I have to say. It's beautiful, but God, he looks freezing.
It's about to be Minnesota next week.
Jesus.
This is the last of fall for us.
According to Nikkei, Japan's financial watchdog plans to require cryptocurrency changes to set aside reserves against liabilities, seeking protection for investors and other customers if an exchange is hacked or hit by another event that results in loss of funds. 7 counterparties take $1.077 billion at Federal Reserve Corporation.
Are you getting cold next week around? After today, it's gonna be like 30, and we're supposed to get 6 inches of snow this weekend. It gets over.
All right, I'm out. I can't be bothered with this.
We have also posted that article out on the feed for you to read through. Again, Japan to require crypto exchanges to set aside liability reserves.
Oh, that's so sick.
Yeah, not as much. On the Zen life. proposition. Holy. Denied. No, I'm just kidding.
Be right back.
It is slow up here. Holy. 2.5 minutes till new 30s, new 15s.
They are taking their time on these moves.
Yes, they are.
Alright, feeling pretty good about my exit so far. See if we get a reoffer or if this is just a trap on a look below. Unsure yet. Watching our ES reoffer. NQ still is a bit more volatile, sorry. But Nvidia's downtrend is holding pretty well. Just keeping an eye on this. See if Nvidia is able to hold this or if we flip. Offer sitting at 40 on NQ. You saw that Rory's in Japan?
No, I saw him post that, but I didn't know he was there.
Yeah.
I know. Is Varg there?
No.
I thought they were going together.
Same.
I know we're back to Rory's obituary reading arc, so I don't know. Whatever he's doing, he's doing.
Pretty offer sustaining so far, but I want to see what happens back down here into these lows on NQ. See if we absorb again into 920. Not convinced yet that this sell is all that serious down here in these lows. Pretty strong bid at 20. I think we're just trapped between this 20 and 40 for a little bit. If you scroll up a bit, that's 40 is where I closed. Kind of just playing off of where I closed my runner from 890. And then you can even see in the screenshot the bid was sitting at that 920. Even in that screenshot, so just kind of playing around these until we see something new.
Spot gold rises 1%. Just keep an eye on gold, seeing some continued movement towards the upside here. No headlines to back the movement up. As soon as we do find something, we'll relay it to you.
$20 holding still on NQ, lower highs. And NVIDIA has pushed into our ETH high, watching to see if we find a bid here. No change yet on ES, still just holding our pivot. I think those might be just for the no activation fee accounts. Even I don't know. I just saw it on Twitter.
The second like image you posted is very confusing because it says that like it's coming for new express funded accounts, and then the last sentence says it will not be affected.
For those who haven't taken a payout yet on express funded accounts, old ones.
Yeah, well, including those.
Hmm.
I think that the first sentence then makes it sound like they're all gonna go, and the second sentence make it sound like they're not. So I don't know.
With who? Top Step? Hmm. So it sounds like after you take your first payout, your balance must stay at or above your last payout amount to qualify. So, as an example, you take a $2,500 payout. Now you need to keep $2,500 in your account just to be eligible for your next payout. So you would have to reach back to your previous amount that you took, and then anything after that would be then profits. Does that make sense? Still just balance between 920 and 940, by the way. No change in what I was talking about. But NVIDIA potentially starting to lead down. We'll see. Like, I don't think it's a huge issue. The issue is that they didn't say anything about it. Like, I don't think it'll affect anyone in the room because like you're all trading like consistently, like the way that we're teaching with your payouts. Like, it wouldn't be a big deal. Like, you're not gonna have days where you're making like, you know, $10,000 and then other days where you're making $100. So like the consistency, I don't think it'll be a huge deal. But I don't know. But it kind of does feel like a consistency rule with them trying to advertise it as no consistency. Yeah. But like for the people who are like big gamblers, this doesn't really affect them. Because they usually are one and done on accounts anyways. Because all of the guys that are like the big Twitter furus, like they do not want to be on live accounts. Do you get me? Like their entire job is to, yeah, like max payout is 5K, but then they buy 70 accounts, right? So they make their money that way. So then they just take out one big payout by, having 20 accounts on at the same time. So 5 times 20, right? Like that's how they're doing it. And then they move on to the next one, because a lot of these firms, when they see that you're profitable, want to move you over to live, and then your payout rules change and all of your consistency rules change as well. And they don't want that, especially because the lack of liquidity when you're trying to trade that kind of size just doesn't add up when you go over to live. Like it doesn't play the same. So they want to stay on sim, and they want to abuse sim leverage, the leverage that they're able to get while still being on sim. It's just a completely different way of trading, but it's very prop firm orientated on how to abuse their systems. So I think like they're trying to figure out a way to prevent that, but for the people who are successful already doing that, I just don't see this being a real issue, because they'll just take their payout profits and then use part of that as an expense to buy new accounts and then do it all over again. So I don't know. But yeah, I agree. Like, I think most people are just trying to take out like way too larger payouts, and then they like have no buffer. I think like the big goal for most people, especially like people at Urim, is to just build out your buffer as large as physically possible, right? On and like build out the live account so that you can actually have like some pretty sizable drawdown that you can play around, and then just trade as normal. Like you want to just like have that account. I mean, like it sucks to think like that, because you want to take out all the money, right? Like you want to like cash out, but like you can easily build like huge buffers by just not taking out anything, is the max amount every time, and then just play your account like normal, and then save yourself the stress of like having to redo this if you fail after you take payouts, and just build out that buffer. That's what what's his name? That rocket scooter guy does, is like he gambles on his accounts in the beginning, and he takes like really leveraged trades, and either they work immediately or he fails immediately on his accounts. But he builds out like a huge buffer. So his first day has like what's it called? Has like a huge deficit in the sense of like what he needs to make. But he then just goes into a very consistent, like a 1,000, like, like $100 a day, $100 a day, $150 a day, $150 days after that, and builds out that buffer and trades very consistently afterwards, so that it then averages out, and then he trades normally again, making like $1,000 a day. But now he has, like $70,000 of buffer that he can draw down on that account, on his accounts. So like the first day of trading is always just like these incredibly over leveraged positions, just building out that buffer, and it's either you pass or you don't, right? And like the evaluation accounts are just then, it's part of the process, right? Like building out that either you win or you lose on the first day. Like it's a very different way of playing prop firms. Any of those guys that you see that are like making $100,000 a day off of prop firms and on Twitter, like that's what they're doing, is like they're just over leveraged out of their mind, and then they just build account after account after account and then stack them, and then are taking it ends up being like you're trading 25 NQ, 50 NQ, but across 20 or 30 accounts. So it's like 5 on each, or 3 on each, depending on how many accounts. You get what I'm saying. But then that's how you're actually making your money, is by having like this huge amount of accounts that you're taking a single payout on. It's the only way that the system works, and it has to be on sim because, like, again, there's just not enough liquidity for all of these guys who are doing that. You know, across 20 accounts, trying to take like 5 NQ positions. Like they are the liquidity if this was real. You know what I mean? Dude, I'm not. I don't know. So it just feels so gamey, man.
I mean, it is. It's like not trading.
Like, I don't know how people aren't content making like a couple $1,000s a day. Like, that's insane. It's like big numbers go up is all they care about. Even at like $1,000 a day, you're making so much more money than the average American.
Yeah, it's like 200K a year.
Like, people just don't
And then
have like a
around-
sense of reality. Like, I don't
As well,
understand.
like back in like the option days, we kind of used to be that type of Discord in a way, and it was horrible from our side.
Yeah.
Like when I joined on it when Sig did, like it was fun for a little bit, but
The people that you attract are like
yeah, it's
the worst.
not it, man.
It's miserable for us because like we have to watch people like lose it all consistently. Like, not even just like, oh, if you lost your prop, like that's okay. It's like, no, like I put all on red. I put my life savings on red, and like it didn't work out, and now we have to like deal with that in our DMs of like,
Yeah.
what do I do? Like, what?
This might like it's tough because me and Sig as well are like I think much more empathetic than a lot of those other like creators, so we actually like take that stuff personally when other people are like Lamau get wrecked loser in a way, and like I just can't deal with it.
Yeah, because they don't care, because they have churn, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's just like those people disappear, and then they move on to the next idiots, and it's like, oh, okay, sweet.
I can't do that.
I don't know. I don't know. This space is very hard for me. And also, they're like 24/7. Like, they're not, no, like, these people are not happy with their profits. And like, they just like, I don't know. Like, you've even seen me. I've taken a step back from this. Like, I try to do like 3 hours, 4 hours at max a day these days. And then I try to go do something else because I was getting so burned out. But like, as soon as you get into that, like, people expect you to be on 24/7 trading all hours, every like session. It's just like, when is enough? Like, and if I'm trying to like show anything, is that like I have enough, right? Like, I'm here, I enjoy what I'm doing, but then I'm gonna go use what I've made to go live my life. Like, I think that was something that I was missing for a while. Is it's just like, okay, like I'm just in this like this loop of just like constantly needing to trade and like feel like I owe you guys, 24 hours, 7 days a week of my time. And then it's just like, okay, well then what's the point of any of this? Like, the goal is to have sustainability and to have extra income so that you can then use that income to do something that you're passionate about, right? Like, go enjoy your life. You just get sucked into that cycle where it's just like gamble, 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 gamble. It's just, it's very toxic. I don't know. I felt the same way with when we were doing options. This felt very similar to that, where like I'd have to be on 24/7 to manage positions and like do this, and I'm not about that life anymore. I'm tired, man. And kudos to those that are, still have that kind of energy, but They just want something very different than I do. But I think like most people's goal should be on just building out your core concepts so that you can pass evals and then stacking evals and then making, you know, like $150, $200 a day across your accounts. Because that's huge money. Like you guys don't realize, like you don't need to be trading, you know, 2 or 3 NQ if you can be stacking 5 prop accounts and making $200 a day on each of them and they're trading together. Like you're making very similar money, but with way less risk and just being consistent. Like that's, I think like that to me has always seemed like that should be your end goal, is instead of being trying to like play every trade, just wait for your A+ setup. You've got 5 accounts, take 1 trade across all of them, and then you've made your money and you call it a day and you take out your payout. And these prop firms won't have a problem with it because you're not doing insane numbers. You're not going to get blocked for, you know, trading $200, making $200 a day. You're going to get blocked when you try to play like non-farm payroll and you maxed leverage across all your accounts, and then you try to take a payout after taking that trade. It's just not what we teach. Yeah. I don't know. I really still think like the best pipeline is to build out a really strong basic structure, right? Get your fundamentals down, build out your, you know, 2 or 3 trades that you really like to take, then work on consistency and risk management, right? Which is like passing your evals will do that for you. You're learning all of that in that process as well. But like you need to have an understanding of what you're doing first and like how much risk you should actually be putting on. And then once you're doing that, you know, you're taking out you're doing like consistently doing payout requests, and then you're putting some of that money aside for taxes, right? Some of that money should go into something like Hydra or like long-term portfolio, whatever you want to do. But like that money shouldn't be just immediately spent. And then you should be also saving a little bit for you know, your next evals, getting that ready as well. If you're just like immediately spending your payout, yeah, you're kind of screwed. And then if you can't consistently do that, it's like, okay, well, all you're doing is hurting yourself for end of year. Especially if you're not saving anything. But like, that's why I think putting something into like Hydra would be really good, because then that's consistently making you money while you're also then doing what you're doing to try to like build more of a, yeah, it's all about like having some sort of like passive income to cover. I really am like a big proponent of something like Hydra, or just having a long-term port that you're pushing into as well. So not everything is just like short-term gains. And people just want it all right away. And then they like don't know what to do. Hydra is ours, man. That's the C2 with Braxton, where he just manages a portfolio for you. I think like one of the dirtiest things these prop firms do is they give you like way more leverage than you actually can trade. Like you'll see like 90% of these prop firms have like trailing drawdown, right? And then they'll be like, here you have like $2,000 in trailing drawdown, but here's 9 contracts to trade. It's like, okay, sick. Like you're gonna immediately hit drawdown. It's like they just give you so much more, and people don't understand like what that actually means. Like if there's trailing drawdown on your account and you're trading more than like 2 contracts, like you're going to blow up. Yeah, they know what they're doing, but like it's because people don't know like what leverage is and how much these contracts actually are worth and like what their risk actually is. It's the biggest issue. It's like they see that they can trade that amount and they're like, oh shit, like I can make my target immediately if I'm right. Like in my mind, the best prop firm is going to be the one that has no trailing drawdown intraday, and just like a liquidation level, and then has like decent payout rules, because like those are going to be the ones that are like actually reasonable to pass. I don't even want to look at those, man. People are so clueless.
There will always be liquidity.
Yeah, no, it's so hard to. I've tried in the past to be relevant on those kind of things, and it's just like everyone's the worst. It's so hard to talk with people on Reddit in those kind of groups, because everyone thinks that they're right. This is the slowest grind up. Jesus. We finally flipped off of our 20 hold at our lows. I'm trying to build above 40 now. It could be good. Definitely, this feels very similar to what we were doing at 890, 880. Buyers are attempting here into our highs here again, above 40. Let's see if they can build here, 50 to 40 to 50. This is NVIDIA retesting into POC as supportive. New 15s have opened at POC previous candle at that 40 to 50 that I was just talking about. ES retesting our 25. NVIDIA trying to build at our daily POC here. Let's see how we interact. I'd be much more comfortable with this NQ trade over 60. Just our value high, really. Just watching these wick highs here at our 58. Watching for a potential reoffer into our POC at 27s on NQ, seeing as we're opening below. We're just gonna build this out on NVIDIA, I think. But I think if we can hold this 40 to 50 on NQ, that we have a lot of potential here for another leg if it's going to interact like we did at 80 to 90 below. See what they do. Such a slow day.
Yeah, this is like one of the... People have been complaining about the afternoons, but today, holy...
Into our 40 bid, retesting 50 here. NVIDIA still flat. Watching 50. Buyer's still sitting there at 40. Absorbed decently. See if we can get back above.
Tesla shares extend gain, last up 7.5%.
Oh, Lord. They're gonna make me wait 8 minutes for a decision here. I might lose my mind.
The decision will be sideways. We'll do it all again.
Well, I'm hoping that like this just flags and then like I'm only looking for a short if we re-offer from 30 and then 40 holds offer and then we continue down. If not, then I just think of this as a flag and then we can then look for a bid above. But we should at least get a retest into 30 for a decision for a short if we're gonna get it. Because like POC is there. See what they do. Did a early Thanksgiving with my extended family this weekend. Went out there. Let me tell you, having Thanksgiving not on actual Thanksgiving is so good.
Is that the power move?
Yeah. Everything's still open. There's nothing's like crazy expensive. It's just everyone's peaceful. There's no crazy stress from people traveling. Like it was just I don't know. It's the move. It's so hard now to try to like get everyone to like actual holidays now are just like not feasible with all of like my cousins that are now like adults and have jobs and all live out of state and like my brothers as well. It's like everything is now we do it on a separate day. Like I have another Thanksgiving that I'm doing on this Sunday because it's like no one can actually travel to be there. Like everyone else has already like requested PTO for a year in advance for these holidays. Like they can't get off on the actual days.
Yeah.
So now it's just like, oh, okay. Let's do it these days. No stress. No crazy traveling where you have to leave, an hour after you eat food and run to the plane to get to the next thing. That's how it was last year. It was miserable.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I would just not do that.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll do some trade reviews and stuff today. Basically a continuation of last week.
I'm just looking at this as a trap below right now, boys. Until proven otherwise. Nvidia is still flat. We'll see. If I can see like a really strong reoffer at 40 from a bounce at 30, then I'll look for a potential short for at least a rotation down to 920. But I think that we get a bid here at the mid at 30, and then we'll look for how we interact when we push back into this guy. There's your bounce at 30 and push into 40. See if we flip back above or if offer is able to sustain. I'd like to see Nvidia follow suit with this if it was going to fail to hold higher lows off of our bounce at 30. But as of right now, just need to really keep our eye on this. We have 50 seconds until new 15s. Liquidity from sell side is sitting at 40s. If that can hold, then there's a chance that we could then trap all these guys above into that 40 to 60 on NQ. But I need to see the seller actually willing to defend this look below and not just get absorbed here. So far, it's just 40 held, offering back in, now trying to push back into 30s. So the 40 offer held, we're retesting our bid here. See what they do into new 15s. It could easily be defended on open a new candle. We are here, just for perspective. We need to now see the look below 30, that bid flip, and then offer and defend. Or again, this is just where we'll absorb, and then we'll trap below this, and then we'll look back above, and then continue on our merry way. This is first target into 20s. Secondary target would be 905 for me.
NYMEX diesel December futures settle at $2.40 a gallon. Gasoline December futures at $1.89. WTI crude January futures settle at $58.84 a barrel, which is up 78 cents or 1.34%. Natural gas December futures settling at around $4.54.
Immediate bid off our 905, rotating back up into 920 here and see if offer sticks for another lower high or if that's all we get. Yes, into our target here after flipping. Just our bottom of range here again. Back to our daily POC.
Apple cuts jobs across its sales organizations in a rare layoff. So Apple notified dozens of sale workers of the cuts in the recent weeks. The shares did pair gains, still up 1.6% though.
All right, now this is where we watch to see if we get a full rotation back up or if we can hold here for a lower high from our pivot. 40's held, pushed into our 905 target. 905 bid was there. Watching to see if 30 now holds for a lower high or if we're going to do a full rotation back up from this low. Yes, again, just held our pivot, rotating back up. Same thing, but we'll be watching 20 on ES, I think.
Yeah, and then 25 had some
Yeah.
pressure, but
25 would be full re-offer for me, just like full rotation up. But still, yeah, we gotta flip that if we actually want to confirm. See what they do here. This is our value low of our previous candle here on NQ into 32. Oh, excuse me.
there's a big take on 20 there on ES, 1,000 contracts on the offer, swooped up. Still sitting here, some liquidity. Oh, that's a whole almost 4K.
See if this NVIDIA can get the higher low back above our ETH high. We get like I could see this like being our rotation if it was going to do one last leg up. Or retest into like POC maybe into this node. It's just we're back to our offer here at 40 again on NQ. Just trying to think like what would actually give us anything other than just a re-offer here. And it would have to be like NVIDIA finding a bid here. Because if that doesn't happen, then NVIDIA makes a lower high. Well, NQ and ES just do full oscillations, and then NVIDIA leads down. Which like doesn't change anything. I don't know. I'm really like not quote unquote bullish in this area until we flip back above that 40 though. It's a big ass level. It's just a reversion trade right now to it, which makes sense. Yeah. Because like if ETH high doesn't want to hold, then we're most likely going to it's not only just VWAP there, that's also your 30-second opening range at 79.52. Just a bit below. So like that would be giving you another opportunity. Because like if this then failed, then we would rotate like that, in my opinion. But I feel like ETH high is kind of like your battleground right now, regardless. Because that should give higher low on NQ and ES if we can hold here. But if it flips, then yeah, definitely view up. So slow.
Brent crude futures settle at $63.37 a barrel, which is up 81 cents or 1.29%.
It is crazy that it's 50 degrees right now, and tomorrow it's supposed to be 30 degrees. Like, what are we doing? Snow, snow, snow. Sick of the whiplash. NVIDIA back to our lows. Really not a ton so far at ETHI. This is NQ also at our 905 here again, target, just back into our value. Not seeing enough from sell side yet down here. Just looks like bid is still here. ES still holding our pivot as well at our 15s, no change. How much time do we have left? Oh, we have so much time. Ugh. Retesting lows here, NVIDIA. I'd love to see this retest ETH high and then reject and then go down to VWAP if this is actually going to follow through. If we just come back down here, absorb, and then rotate another, I'm going to lose my mind.
Really want to see offer drop under 15 if we're going to get more here on ES.
LVN filled on NQ. Back into this little lower node. Technically go down to like 80, but this is just our original entry on our long off the flip at 80 to 90. So if we go any further down, then I would just expect that we would do one of these and then retest and then continue. We're really watching to see if we can build into this. as this is a potential flip for me for then a lower rotation back down to like 830 if we flip that. Watching our retest on ES below POC.
Seeing some comments from Fed's Daily, cited by the Wall Street Journal, says she supported lowering rates at the meeting. She supports lowering rates at the meeting next month and sees a sudden deterioration in the jobs market as both more likely and harder to imagine than an inflation flare-up. Daly still thinks the Fed can bring inflation back to 2% without a rise in unemployment. So that's Fed's Daily backing a December rate cut in a piece from the Wall Street Journal.
We'll bid back up to ETH high here on NVIDIA. Retesting to see if this flips or if this holds. Again, LVN filled on NQ. Just back to POC here at 20. Offer holding there. No real change. It's so slow.
So Fed's Daily in this Wall Street Journal article on the labour market says, I don't feel as confident that we can get ahead of it. We've posted a link to the article for those interested. Daily says, I see greater risk that the low hiring, low firing equilibrium ultimately would break into a negative direction. Amazon plans to invest $15 billion in northern Indiana.
Holding POC a previous candle so far here on NQ. ES recovered our pivot.
Amazon's
Russell
added $15 billion to build data center
doing
campuses.
okay. It's a little lagging right now, but Nvidia is holding above ETH high on retest, which makes me feel like we're probably going to go back up. Keeping an eye on it. Watching our Russell reoffer here at 14. I don't have that up on screen, sorry, but I am watching it. But everything is flipped pivots, which is a good sign. Open a new 15s was pretty solid.
Amazon say that their project will add 2.4 gigawatts of data center capacity.
Looks like we're headed to POC here on the video off of the flip. Full rotation on NQ. Back up to our 40 offer. ES back to our 23 offer. Failure below.
You still have UVXY sitting decently higher in structure here. This test will be quite important. Does give us some room to complete oscillations and get a little bit more.
Pushing into POC here now on NVIDIA.
So foreign investors in latest bi-weekly reporting period by $3.934 billion of 30-year bonds due 11th of 15th, 2055 versus $2.911 billion the prior month according to the US Treasury. Investment funds in latest bi-weekly reporting period by $16.734 billion, 30-year bonds due 11th of the 15th, 2055 versus $16.571 billion prior month. For investors in latest bi-weekly reporting period by $10.397 billion of 3-year notes due the 11th of 15th, 2028 versus $5.383 billion in the prior month. Investment funds in latest bi-weekly reporting period by $41.24 billion in 3-year notes due the 11th of the 15th, 2028 versus $45.335 billion in the prior month. And foreign investors in latest bi-weekly reporting period by $8.664 billion 10-year notes due the 11th of the 15th, 2035 versus $6.853 billion in the prior month.
Wow, look at you. Download some new RAM.
You bought RAM right now?
That's crazy.
That is crazy. Well, I'm glad you got a good deal. That's good. It's so expensive right now. RAM was so cheap for a bit there, and then AI was like, "Hey, let's do what we did to GPUs, but to RAM." Destroy the PC gaming market.
Valve will save us.
Did you see that they're like not trying to competitively price it, which is what I thought was going to happen? And Surf and I have a bet going on. We'll see what they do. But it looks like they don't want to try to be competitive with consoles, which I think is a mistake.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, actually.
I figured they would take the hit on it just so that they could get more people in and then make their money off of games, but guess not. Bro, it's insane how much money people spend on keyboards. It makes no sense to me. Rory
has
probably,
spent
yeah.
more than that just on keycaps.
Rory has so much use, like thousands of dollars on keyboards. He's probably spent more on keyboards than he has on all of his video games that he's ever played,
True.
which is crazy. No.
No. Like, maybe if you're like a top like 0.01% player in like attack shooter. But other than that, no.
It depends on the game. Rory's definitely better than me at shooters. But everything else...
Not because of a keyboard.
No, yeah, not because of a keyboard. Because I'm a boomer. It's just like... I will never understand the low sensitivity, move your mouse across your entire desk meta. I was a console gamer when I played shooters. My DPI is like 3000. I move my mouse a millimeter and it goes across my screen. Which like is great for like the games that I played,
Just a
like
heads up,
MOBAs and stuff
the
like
White
that.
House press secretary
but-
Levitt is due to speak to the media. There's no specific time for this, but there is a video. We'll pop it on the feed for you to watch.
Not for shooters where you need like precision. But I was like a StarCraft player and I was a MOBA player, and you need like very quick movement with that.
We have put out the video on the feed for you to watch.
People just do the YouTube. I don't know why.
Probably easier to hide if you're at work.
Yeah.
Have YouTube in your ear or something.
This pivot flip on NQ could be very important with NVIDIA flipping POC for a potential next leg here. The problem is ES just has so much sell side liquidity up into 730. So like we only have like 5 points at our disposal there. But we could maybe build out this tail a bit more on NQ. Build out up to 90 or something. Let's just see if we can flip this 40 to 50 again, or if this is going to fail once again on a look above. Just like last attempt. Let's just do a little look and see what we did last time when we were here. We looked above, saw a failure, and then a rotation through, but more importantly, let me just show you what it looked like on So we like built it out, and then we started to hold below our POC here at our 50 edge, and that became our offer, and that was our first sign of weakness. So we want to see us continue to build above on any looks in. We want to then see this like bid off of it. If I start to see us start to reject our 50s after rotating to 40, It's going to be our first real signs of weakness for that rotation down. And then we got our reoffer from our 30, like we talked about, and then into our 40 for another lower high, and then a continuation down. So like all I'm watching here is, can we sustain above 50 after hitting 40? Right, this, and then push above, or are we going to reject and then rotate down and then reoffer, making these lower highs? So same thing here. We're doing it right now. Sorry, I'm kind of losing my voice. Pushing into our 40, and then again we rejected here into our 50s, and then we pushed down, and
He
then we
rejects US
rotated,
demand to
and then
ease tech
continued.
rules for lower
What we
steel
want to see is
tariffs.
this pop
European
above
Union
and
and
then
strategy
really
ruled
show
out
strength.
easing the bloc's tech rulebook after Commerce Secretary Lutnick said Brussels needed to change its digital regulations in order to get a deal to lower steel and aluminium tariffs. Reminder on earlier today, Lutnick said in an interview that the US would grant the EU a cool steel and aluminium agreement in exchange for rolling back its tech rules, and the US imposes a 50% levy on European imports of metals. Just a bit of color.
Watching our retest here into 50. Let's see if this bid can step up or if this is going to fail. We want this 50 to be pretty aggressive in its hold, I'd say. Remember the last time we were here and we looked below into that 40, we rejected 50
So,
and then we pushed
Teresa
below.
Ribeiro, a vice president of the European Commission, said that the European digital rulebook is not up for negotiation. She said in an interview, she said in a statement late Monday, adding, "We Europeans have adopted our rules to ensure fair markets and to protect consumer rights while securing Europe's digital future."
NVIDIA rejecting POC here on retest. If they just continue to fail here, like, this is just going to be such a clear reoffer from 30 into 40. But I want to see if this bid can hold here on this attempt. Yeah, it looks a bit trappy to me as well. Yeah, that's the only time I'm going to be looking for that short. So once we see that weakness at 50 and then the push below, and then I'll play around that 40. Until then, I'm just watching to see if the bids can try to like maintain here while NVIDIA rotates down and then finds any sort of momentum. But without it, like it's a lost cause. It's a lost cause. I'm hoping we get some sort of like spring here on NVIDIA if it's going to hold. Because if not, like if NVIDIA falls, like there's no way NQ keeps going, right? Just need to find that momentum.
Currently speaking Fox News, White House spokeswoman says the US and Ukraine talks have been productive. Just a couple of points of disagreement. And Levitt, now speaking, speaking to Fox News, says US and Ukraine had productive talks over the weekend. So she is due to be speaking in front of the White House. Levitt says Trump is optimistic that a deal can be struck.
So this is where I'll look. This is NVIDIA pushing back into ETH high, and then I'll watch for a reaction here on NQ to see if we get a reoffer
Levitt
at
says
40.
that Trump remains optimistic and hopeful. Levitt says that the US is selling NATO tons of weapons, and we can't do that forever.
We can't do that forever? What? We don't want to sell weapons anymore to our allies? Why?
I'm sure there's more to that than
Yeah, like
what
what?
was said there.
What the-
Like,
what? What are you talking about? Pushing back into our 40 here. Let's see if this offer will step down. They're sitting at 45. Got our bounce at our 30. Now just waiting. See if this offer holds for the pushback below. This is what we did last attempt off the failure at 50s from the test into 40. And then we got our dip, and then we got a reoffer. And now we are watching to see if this is going to play out again or if something's going to change. Until we can flip back over 50 in bid, to me this is just makes sense for our seller trying to step in here. 40 to 50. We'll see.
That concludes her comments on Fox News. So she's probably going to be going to the front of the camera where the other reporters are. And Levitt is walking up to the podium. She's a bit far away, but probably in about a minute.
bit far away from the podium.
All right, and Levitt now speaking to reporters outside the White House.
Why are they outside? It's impossible to hear these people. Oh, get me out of here, man.
Levitt says Trump has been putting pressure on both Putin and Zelensky. Levitt adds that there is no Zelensky meeting scheduled this week. Levitt says we view the Maduro regime, the Venezuelan regime, as illegitimate.
Like, NVIDIA is just falling. Can NVIDIA follow, or can NQ follow suit, please? We're holding our pivot. No change. This guy is still off sides above. Are we gonna diverge and then NVIDIA finds a low and then we pop and then this just ruins people? Like, what's the idea here?
Apple is putting a higher high here off that too, so.
Why'd you delete that? All right.
Now this is Trump Energy called lasted about an hour today.
I can't be bothered to be here for the last 30. I don't think. I don't know.
I doubt we do anything.
Eh.
It's got to happen soon if it's gonna happen, but
I mean, it just depends on how long Levitt is gonna yap. I can't stand trading when she's yapping. This feels like if we're gonna do it, it'll happen now with Nvidia retesting ETH highs supportive with NQ holding our 40 flip and then now testing our 50 pivot. But today's so slow. I know what the reaction I want to see. I just don't know if we're gonna get it.
Levitt says it's not true that Trump is favoring one side over the other in Russia's war in Ukraine. Levitt concludes remarks to reporters to the White House.
All right, she's done speaking. We're still holding the exact same pivot, and NVIDIA has been diverging on this push up. I don't know about this. I've got nothing until we have something new. I need someone to show me the way. Or I just think that we continue to just chop. $40 hold, 50 bid. Figure it out. Let's see if we can find our higher low here. That's a Mario indicator.
Like the
Little dots that you used to use.
yeah. The why
Momentum
I can't
thing.
think of the word. Yes. Give me a second, I'll get it to you.
Let's see if we get this bid. Give me some speed. I just need the video to go up. Buyer at 55 is looking pretty serious. Trying to step up at 65 now. Yeah.
Yep. There it is.
This is the craziest headline I've ever seen. Will it not even show it? Okay. Dude, I'm gonna lose my mind if we don't move. This is gonna be a movie. Like someone's making a documentary about these guys. Recruit an army of homeless people to invade Haiti. Of course, their names are Gavin and Tanner.
The new Chad and Karen.
Jesus.
One minute to go now to give the market on close. Imbalance data.
Like the hold of this 40-50 is still
10
very
seconds.
interesting to me on NQ with Nvidia as well, just like flat. I don't know. I'm very curious to see what we do in a Globex.
Market on close. Imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 2.3 billion. Nasdaq 100 sell side 1 billion. Dow 30 sell side 1.2 billion. And maximum buy side 5.2 million.
Same as before, just watching our 40 on offer. Like, look at this Nvidia candle. Like, what?
So right now at the top of the hour, Trump is to sign executive orders. There's no live video for this. It is closed press. But if we do find a video, we'll pop it on the feed. Seeing shares of Netflix quickly rising up as much as 3.3%. So no headline to back up the move for the Netflix shares quickly rising, as said, as much as 3.3%.
Pushed to new highs after another hold of our fucking 30. Nvidia now retracing, pushing up into that wick high from the MOC candle. Market following suit now with Nvidia. We're going to tag 90 into close, do the full move that I wanted in the last 3 minutes. Yeah. Love that for us. What a waste of time. Yeah. I agree, it's just so annoying. Hopefully tomorrow's better. I think tomorrow and Wednesday will be good, and then the rest of the week will be awful. Friday's gonna be a joke.
Yeah, don't even show up Friday.
Yeah.
I will not be.
Yep. They're all on YouTube, and it's a short week. Most people know not to trade. Everyone knows at this point that Mondays are awful. Don't even show up. Short week plus Monday, it's just like awful. Always.
Just a reminder with Trump later today what he's supposed to be signing executive orders on AI.
Full retrace from R90. Just right back to POC after Nvidia is done moving. It's just the Nvidia candle, full value rotation. Hit our value high into our ADR.
Specifically, the draft
rotation back
order
down to
floated
POC.
Wednesday, November 19th, would direct National Telecommunications and Information Administration Administrator Ariel Roth to issue a policy notice within 90 days, specifying the conditions under which states may be eligible for non-deployment funding under the $42.45 billion BEAD program.
All right. Yeah. What a waste of the last. I should have just left when I said I was going to leave. I do this every Monday.
Curse of the Monday.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bouncing our 40-50 here. I think you're just watching wherever Nvidia is bouncing. Honestly, I'm unsure what happens into Globex. I have no clue. Like looking at our Nvidia structure here, and it's like we're still holding the same pivots. It's just range bound into these lows. So I really don't know. This is such a big support on the 4-hour that it's this just feels like we need to work this out a bit more still. I'm not incredibly comfortable yet with calling it the sell over. But if Nvidia can actually start to build outside of this, that would be very good for us. But we'll see. We're just continuing to get for them eating down here on the 4 hour. This is just like a very clear zone. I don't know. Hopefully tomorrow we have a bit more clarity. Yeah, there's a lot of potential for something like that. We should see a reaction. I don't know if it's going to be as severe as what you're looking at, but I mean, regardless, we should see it. Unless they force it through Globex. If we can just gap that
Seems
high
outgoing consumer sentiment at
in a Globex, then maybe we don't
112.4,
need to do that.
112.4 compared to the prior 109.8.
But other than that, I don't know. To me, it's the only thing that makes sense. Is what you posted around. It's like something like that. So just like a structural retest, take out those singles, go back up to that upper node, rotate through, retest that edge at the low. I don't know. I'll have a better idea tomorrow.
Seeing
right.
shares of Broadcom gaining 11%.
My friends, hopefully
since
tomorrow's
April,
better.
adding 178